Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the first ever Big Ten Conference Rowing Invitational at Harsha Lake at East Fork State Park. We apologize for the morning's inconsistent coverage as we had full internet outage. Our event today is hosted by the Big Ten Conference and produced and run by the Clermont County Convention and Visitors Bureau. Results from this morning's races can be found at herenow.com. That's HERENOW.com. This invitational is a series of races where our 15 teams are organized into flights. 3 or 4 teams will face off, and they will be racing their Varsity 8, Second Varsity 8, and their Varsity 4. Some teams will also compete with their Second, Third, or Fourth Varsity 4s, as well as a Third Varsity 8 and Novice 8s. This event was designed to garner the most competitive cross-conference racing possible. The Big Ten Conference has done an amazing job of organizing some of the fastest crews in the country to come together for this event, and we will see some really great racing and fabulous speed from these boats. Races will begin for the afternoon session at 2:15. The Big Ten Conference and its member institutions are committed to equality, inclusivity, and social justice. We are committed to eradicating all forms of racism and discrimination. We support our student athletes, coaches, and staff who choose to use their platform and voices to be agents of change. And it looks like the crews, the Second Varsity 4 for the 2:15 p.m. race, are locking into the stake boat platforms. Our weather here on Harsha Lake has changed a bit from this morning. This morning we had beautiful flat water and minimal wind. This afternoon now it's started to rain a bit. And we have a decent crossing tailwind at the finish line. The starting area seems to be quite calm. In this first race, in lane 3, which will be to your right, will be Michigan, lane 4, Syracuse, lane 5, Iowa, and lane 6, Tennessee. This is the Second Varsity 4, the 2:15 race. Crews are getting aligned. And again, from right to left, we have Michigan, Syracuse, Iowa, and Tennessee. And we have a start. And our second varsity fours have started. Looking at your screen from right to left, we have Michigan, Syracuse, Iowa, and Tennessee. Crews are still in their starting sequences with no clear leader. With about 300 meters in, we have about two crews that are jumping ahead. We have Tennessee and Syracuse looking to take a lead. Michigan is also pushing. And we've just crossed through the first 500. It looks like Michigan is in the lead out in lane 3, followed closely by Syracuse, 4 seats down. And then we have Tennessee out in lane 6 in 3rd place. We're about 750 meters in, with Michigan commanding the lead over Syracuse and Tennessee. There we have a great shot of the Syracuse second varsity 4 in lane 4. The crews are approaching the 1,000-meter mark. And Michigan taking a commanding lead. Michigan in lane 3. Syracuse in lane 4 in 2nd place. Tennessee in lane 6, followed by Iowa in 4th place in lane 5. As they approach the last 1,000, you can see that the water is getting to be a little bit choppy, and they're starting to feel the effects of the wind. All these crews battling, working hard, racing hard. And now we've switched to the finish line camera. crews are just about to pass into the last 500. The wind and rain have picked up significantly. We're going to try and get you a good shot here. We still have Michigan in the lead, followed by Syracuse, Iowa, and Tennessee. And crews now are coming into the last 300 meters. We still have Michigan in the lead, being challenged by Syracuse, Tennessee out in lane 6, and Iowa in lane 5, following in 4th place. Battling this choppy water, significant winds, a little bit of rain. This is the second Varsity 4 with Michigan in the lead. Looking strong, looking aggressive, going after that finish line. Great bunch of athletes there. Michigan in first place, open water, over Syracuse coming in second place. They're not giving up. Coming into the last few strokes, we have Michigan in first place, crossing the line now. Second place is Syracuse. And finishing strong in third place, bringing their rate up nice and high, is Tennessee. And in fourth place, we have Iowa trailing behind. They have another 100 meters or so. Our next race is the 2:25 race, third Varsity 4. On your right, in lane 3 is Michigan, in the center is Iowa, and in lane 5 is Syracuse. From right to left, we have Michigan, Iowa, and Syracuse. The boats are getting aligned. And we are waiting for the start of the third Varsity 4. From right to left, we have Michigan, Iowa in the center lane, and Syracuse on the left in lane 5. And we have a start of the third Varsity 4. In lane 3, Michigan on your right. In the center, Iowa with the yellow blades. And then Syracuse on your left. Nice fast start from these third varsity fours. Real aggressive. Wolverines coming out of the starting blocks. Very aggressive, very strong. All crews trying to make a statement here. Keeping their ratings high in this nice flat water up near the start. Although early on it looks as though Michigan and Syracuse are battling to take first place. Very tightly though, Iowa is holding on. And there we have a great shot of Michigan and Iowa, two Big Ten rivals, battling it out. Then over in lane 5, Syracuse. Syracuse and Michigan looking to see who's going to take the lead as they cross the first 500. Now these crews have settled down into their race pace, being very aggressive. That's the Syracuse third varsity 4. In lane 5, battling stroke for stroke with Michigan in lane 3. Looks like Michigan has a slight 2, maybe 1 seat edge over Syracuse in lane 5. And Michigan has just made a huge move, working hard in this second 500. All boats working hard in this tailwind that's creating some interesting conditions for them. All crews sticking to it, being aggressive as they approach the 1,000. Halfway through this race. Positions seem to remain the same in this third 500, with Michigan in first place, Syracuse in second, and Iowa in third. This is the third varsity 4, with Michigan in first place, Syracuse second place, Iowa in third. As they approach the last 500 meters, And we're in the last 500. Michigan has commanded the lead. Michigan in first place, Syracuse second place, Iowa in third. The water in this last 500 meters is quite rough, and a good tailwind, making it challenging for these athletes, but they're prepared and ready for it, and they're going to battle through this entire race. And there's our lead boat, Michigan, on the right of your screen, followed by Syracuse towards the left of your screen. They're entering the last 100 meters of the race. Michigan firmly in control. Both crews bringing their ratings up, finishing up this race strong in this choppy water, being aggressive. And we have Michigan in first. And Syracuse in second. And Iowa's making its way down the race course to finish up in third place. Iowa making a nice shift there, shaving off some seconds, really picking up the boat. Picking up their boat speed as they approach the finish line. This is the Iowa third Varsity 4. Finishing in third place. And we already have a start in the next race, the 2:35 race, which is the third Varsity, first Novice 8 race. In lane 3, right there in your screen, is Rutgers. Next to them is Virginia, followed by Michigan and Michigan State on the far left. Looks like Michigan has jumped out to an early lead, just a slight lead. Rutgers and Virginia pursuing. As you can see, we've got some good wind and some rain going on here. And again, we have Michigan jumping out to an early lead in this third Varsity 8, first Novice 8 event. Michigan and Virginia battling. There's Rutgers on the outside on your right. We have Michigan looking like they've jumped out to almost a length lead. Maybe a little less, 8 seats. But Virginia's not giving them a whole lot. We've crossed the first 500 with Michigan in lane 5 in the lead, followed by Virginia. Rutgers and Michigan State battling for that third place position. Michigan and Virginia really going at it here. Rutgers is not going away. They want a piece of this. Michigan and Virginia going seat for seat now. Virginia has pulled up even. Michigan and Virginia battling for that first place, followed closely by Rutgers. Michigan State in the outside lanes. still have a battle up here for first place between Michigan and Virginia. Looks like Michigan now has taken a little bit of a lead over Virginia, with Rutgers sticking very tightly in third place. Michigan State seemed to have some difficulty earlier in the race, and they are following in fourth. And we've switched to the finish line camera. The crews are just about to cross into the last 500. We have Michigan in the lead over Virginia, and Rutgers in third place. Michigan State following in fourth. Right now, from right to left, we have Rutgers on the top of your screen, Virginia in the middle lane, and Michigan on your left. Michigan in the lead, slightly over Virginia, but again, Virginia looks like they are just pushing hard as the water gets a little bit rougher as we get towards the finish line in this last 500. Crews are going to start letting their rates come up a little bit higher, seeing if they can establish that lead. Virginia and Michigan just battling it back and forth. Still seems that Michigan has the slight edge by about 3 or 4 seats. Virginia is not letting go as they come into the last 300 meters. Both crews have brought their rates up. Michigan really going after it here as they approach the last 250 meters. Michigan in the lead. Second place is Virginia, followed by Rutgers in third, and Michigan State behind in fourth. Michigan making an impressive charge to the finish line here. Michigan looking to get open water over Virginia as they come into the last 50 meters. Coming across that line, nice and strong, nice and long. Virginia being aggressive, not quite having it to beat Michigan, but they just charged down that race course. Michigan in first place, Virginia in second. And Rutgers coming in, and Rutgers in third place. Michigan State following up. They have another 200 meters to go before they finish, but Michigan State will finish in fourth place. We are about to start the 245 race. This is the 4th Varsity 8 or 2nd Novice 8. You're looking at right now lane 6, Michigan. Next to them is Big Ten rivals Ohio State in lane 5. Next to them is Wisconsin in lane 4. And next to them in lane 3 is Iowa. This is the 4th Varsity 8 or 2nd Novice 8 event. Crews are being aligned. Again, from left to right, we have Michigan, Ohio State, Wisconsin, and Iowa. We do have a start in the 4th Varsity 8, 2nd Novice 8 race. Lane 6, Michigan. Lane 5, Ohio State. Lane 4, Wisconsin. Lane 3, Iowa. Unfortunately, our starting camera is down at the moment, but as soon as we can get you some information on this race, we will do so. Again, from left to right, we have Michigan, Ohio State, Wisconsin, and Iowa. From left to right on your screen, you can kind of see them out in the distance. We do seem to have the wind has calmed down a bit and the rain has stopped. Again, we're down here at the finish line, and we are waiting for the 4th Varsity 8, 2nd Novice 8s to arrive down here. It seems that the boats are just about into their second 1,000, just about crossing the 1,000-meter mark. From left to right, we have Michigan, Ohio State, Wisconsin, and Iowa. We are midway through the third 500. It's difficult to tell who exactly has the lead. It does seem to be a bit of a tight pack, with potentially Michigan having a slight edge. It does seem that Wisconsin and Michigan may be battling for first place, but Ohio State and Iowa are really sticking with it. This is the 2:45 race with the 4th Varsity 8, 2nd Novice 8. From left to right, we have Michigan, Ohio State, Wisconsin, and Iowa. Looks to be that Michigan and Wisconsin are just slightly ahead in the lead. And we were able to get our drone up and running. We're going to catch this 2nd Novice 4th Varsity 8 event as they cross into the last 500 meters. And it does look like Michigan has a slight lead. This is a really aggressive crew here with 3 boats battling for first place. At this point, we have Michigan ahead in lane 6 by almost open water. Wisconsin and Ohio State battling it for that second place, with Ohio State maybe 2 seats over Wisconsin. And as we come into the last 300 meters, we have Michigan in first place. Wisconsin in second, Iowa in third, and Ohio State in fourth. Michigan making a strong push for that finish line. They're almost there. Michigan in first place. Wisconsin and Iowa battling it out. Wisconsin has it by about 3 seats. Wisconsin in second place. Iowa in third. Followed by Ohio State in fourth. Our 255 race has just begun. This is the second Varsity 4. From left to right, in lane 6, we have Virginia. In lane 5, we have Ohio State. In lane 4, Alabama. And lane 3, Rutgers. Again, that's left to right. Virginia, Ohio State, Alabama, and Rutgers. All boats starting well. Great high strokes as they get into the meat of this race. No clear leader at this point. We have 4 very strong crews here in the second Varsity 4. Again, left to right, we have Virginia, Ohio State, Alabama, and Rutgers. We have a nice shot there of the Virginia 4. Neck and neck with Ohio State. Same with Alabama and Rutgers. No clear separation here between any of these 4 crews. All 4 crews very tight. And as we cross the first 500, it looks as though we have an early leader in Rutgers. Rutgers and Alabama pushing hard. Same with Virginia. Still a 3-boat race for first place. Ohio State very close behind there. Still a 3-boat race for first place. With Virginia, Alabama, and Rutgers. Ohio State's just slightly off the pace. So from the bottom of your screen, we have Virginia, Ohio State, Alabama, and Rutgers. And it looks to be now Ohio State in the lead with second place, Virginia. Rutgers follows in third place, closely behind, and Alabama in lane 4 in fourth place. Right now, your leader is Ohio State by about 4 seats over Virginia. Virginia seems to be making a move. They are challenging all of these crews. Right now we have Ohio State in the lead, Virginia in second place, Rutgers in third, and Alabama in fourth. Virginia is pushing, trying to get into that first position. Ohio State holding them off. Ohio State is 4 seats ahead of Virginia in first place. Crews are just about to cross into the last 500 with Ohio State in the lead. 4 seats over Virginia. Third place is Rutgers in lane 3. Rutgers has a length lead over Alabama. Virginia and Ohio State have maintained their distance, both trying to separate from the other. Virginia trying to crawl into that lead that Ohio State has of only 4 seats. Ohio State pushing back on Virginia's every move. Got Ohio State and Virginia really battling it out. Now, Virginia just brought up their rate, and it looks like Ohio State just answered. They're still 4 seats apart, with Ohio State in first place, Virginia in second, followed by Rutgers in third, and Alabama in fourth. Coming into the last 300 meters here. Virginia still 4 seats down in second place, with Ohio State raising their rate. Virginia has answered, and they are trying to get to that finish line first. Virginia looks like they've cut Ohio State's lead by 2 seats. Ohio State is now 2 to 3 seats up in first place. Virginia charging to the line. We have Ohio State in first place, Virginia in second place, followed by Rutgers, and then Alabama. As you can see, about 4 or 5 seats there. Ohio State, Virginia, Rutgers, and Alabama. Great racing from the second varsity fours. We have about 3 minutes to the start of our next race, so the third varsity four. From left to right, we have Rutgers in lane 5, Notre Dame in lane 4, and Ohio State in lane 3. Ohio State is on your left, Notre Dame will be in the middle, and Rutgers on your right. Our weather has vastly improved. In the past few minutes, the sun is now out, and we have very little rain or wind. I'm sure the rowers are very happy about that. Things at the start look much more calm. Coxswains are getting their alignments. Again, from left to right, Rutgers, Notre Dame, Ohio State for the third varsity four. Race time is 3:05. Coxswains are working on getting their points so they can have a nice straight shot down the race course. They're making their adjustments. Again, from left to right, Rutgers, Notre Dame, Ohio State. The flag is up, and the race has begun. Boy, Rutgers has a really, really hot start. All 3 boats really being aggressive coming right off the line here in this third varsity 4 event. And with a minute in, we have no clear leader at this point. All 3 boats really being aggressive off this start. Again, Rutgers is on the left of your screen, Notre Dame in the middle lane, and Ohio State on the right. And at the first 500 in this third Varsity 4 event, we have Rutgers in the lead. In second place, Notre Dame. And third place, Ohio State. Rutgers has almost open water over Notre Dame. Notre Dame has about a length of open water over Ohio State. This is the third Varsity 4. Rutgers on the top of your stream. In the middle, Notre Dame and Ohio State. Much better rowing conditions as they battle through this second 500. Rutgers and Notre Dame battling for that first place. And here we are again in the third Varsity 4. We have in the lead Rutgers in first place, Notre Dame in second place, and Ohio State in third place. Crews are working really hard here. That Rutgers crew is looking very smooth, very aggressive, very in control of this race. They have about a length and a half of open water on Notre Dame. Notre Dame has about the same amount of lead over Ohio State. And Rutgers increasing their lead in first place over Notre Dame and Ohio State in third place. Crews are approaching the last 500 meters of this race with Rutgers firmly in control, looking strong and long, making a move here, increasing the run of their boat every stroke. Notre Dame working hard, looking like they've got a great strong drive, pushing those oars right through the water. And Ohio State looking nice and clean out on that outside lane. And the lead the lead crew from Rutgers is approaching the 300 meter to go mark. Rutgers, Notre Dame, Ohio State all have about 2 lengths of open water on each other. Rutgers firmly in control. And there we have Rutgers coming across the line. Notre Dame. And Ohio State in third place for the third Varsity 4. Our next race, starting at 3:15, is the third Varsity First Novice 8 race. From left to right, in lane 6, Notre Dame. In lane 5, Wisconsin. In lane 4, Ohio State. In lane 3, Alabama. Again, this is the third Varsity 8, First Novice 8 race. Crews are all aligned. They're getting their points. We should have a start at any minute here. The first Novice 8, third Varsity 8 race. And we have a start. Third Varsity 8, First Novice 8. On your left, Notre Dame. Wisconsin in lane 5. Ohio State in lane 4. And Alabama in lane 3. Great clean start from all 4 crews. Quite a bit of overlap here. The early leader could be Ohio State by just a seat or two. Wisconsin, Notre Dame, Alabama, all 4 crews still in it here as they settle down into their race strokes, their base stroke rating. All crews being super aggressive. This is going to be a tight race, we can tell already. 4 great crews. Again, from left to right, Notre Dame, Wisconsin, Ohio State, and Alabama. It looks to be that Alabama's falling off the pace just a tiny bit. Ohio State might have 1-2 seats over Wisconsin. Wisconsin might have 1 or 2 seats over Notre Dame. And it is Ohio State and Wisconsin battling for that first place. Ohio State has about 3 seats on Wisconsin right now. Notre Dame in third, Alabama even with Notre Dame for that third spot. So right now we have Ohio State in first place, Wisconsin in second, dead heat between Notre Dame and Alabama for third place. Crews are in their second 500. Again, Ohio State 5-6 seats over Wisconsin. Wisconsin 7 or 8 seats over Alabama and Notre Dame that are battling for third. And it is Ohio State in the lead, Wisconsin in second place, Notre Dame and Alabama fighting for third. And we have our overhead shot, and we indeed have Ohio State as the leader as they're crossing into the 1,000. Ohio State is our leader. Wisconsin and now Alabama fighting for that second place. Wisconsin a slight edge over Alabama for second place by 3 seats. Notre Dame at the bottom of your screen in fourth place. So at the bottom of your screen we have Notre Dame, Wisconsin, Ohio State in the lead, and then Alabama at the top of your screen. Alabama and Wisconsin are battling for that second place. It looks like Wisconsin has just a slight edge, maybe 1 or 2 seats over Alabama. They're in their second 500 of the race. Ohio State firmly ahead by open water. Now it looks like Wisconsin's making a move, and they've gained about 2 seats on Alabama. Alabama is not going to take it, though. Alabama answering and pulling back even. So Alabama and Wisconsin battling for that second place. Notre Dame in fourth place right now. Ohio State really looking nice and long, sitting out there in first place. Open water over the next 2 crews. But that second place race is just amazing between Wisconsin and Alabama. 2 great schools, 2 great crews. Boats look dead even right now. Wisconsin may have a lead, but boy, Alabama is moving. Alabama, Wisconsin, looking to see who will come in 2, who will come in 3. Ohio State has established that they want the win. They are open water ahead of Wisconsin and Ohio State. Notre Dame is in fourth place, about a length of open water behind the 2 crews that are trying to decide who is going to come in second, who is going to come in third. Right now, both crews are even as they've crossed into the last 500. Again, Ohio State watching the race unfold, and it looks like it could be Wisconsin by a seat, or it could be Alabama. This is a dead heat right now between Alabama and Wisconsin for third place. And it looks like Alabama may have taken a couple of seats here in these last 300 meters. Alabama now in second place. Wisconsin, though, trying to answer. Wisconsin just brought the rate up. Fantastic racing. Wisconsin is 3 seats down in third place. Alabama is charging to that line, trying to pull back Ohio State, trying to push back Wisconsin, and doing so. Alabama is now 4 seats ahead of Wisconsin in second place, with Wisconsin in third place, fighting hard to get to that finish line. We've got about 100 meters left in this race. Ohio State in first place. Alabama pulled away, now is about 7 to 8 seats above Wisconsin. Wisconsin in third. And coming across the line first here, we have Ohio State. Almost done with their last 2 strokes. And then Alabama. Wisconsin. And in fourth place, Notre Dame. Great racing by all crews. And we had the final results from that last race, which was the third Varsity 8, first Novice 8, flight number 2. In first place, Ohio State with a time of 6:48.5. Second place, Alabama with a time of 6:55.8. Wisconsin in third place with a time of 6:59.4. And Notre Dame in fourth place with a time of 7:09.8. And unfortunately, again, we are having problems with our starting camera. We do have a start, however, in the fourth Varsity 8, second Novice 8, flight number 2, with Rutgers in lane 3, Minnesota lane 4, and Alabama lane 5. As soon as we can get you that, we will. And we are picking up our fourth Varsity 8, second Novice 8 event. And in the lead is Rutgers in lane 3 on the right side of your screen. Minnesota in the middle lane seems to be in third place, just slightly behind Alabama in lane 5 on the left. So Alabama on the left, Alabama and Minnesota in lanes 3 and 4 are fighting for that second place position, which has been established because Rutgers has jumped out into an early lead. Rutgers in lane 3. Alabama seems to have taken a few seats on Minnesota. This is the fourth Varsity 8, second Novice 8 event. From left to right, we have Alabama. I'm sorry, from right to left, we have Alabama, Minnesota in the middle, and Rutgers on your left. Rutgers is in the lead with Minnesota and Alabama fighting for that second position. And here's a great shot showing that Rutgers is indeed about 2 seats of open water ahead of Minnesota in lane 4 and Alabama in lane 5. Alabama seems to have taken maybe a seat, half a seat, on Minnesota. Minnesota and Alabama are trading seats back and forth here in this second 500, with Rutgers opening water ahead of the other two crews. Alabama now has taken a seat on Minnesota. Minnesota answering Alabama's challenge. Minnesota and Alabama trading seats back and forth. Rutgers out in lane 3, ahead by at least a length of open water, looking smooth, looking aggressive, taking control of this race. But the real challenge right now is between Minnesota and Alabama. Now we have Minnesota ahead by about 2 seats. Minnesota just slightly in second place, ahead of Alabama. Alabama now has brought their rate up, and they are answering. And they are pulling back. They are maybe now 1 seat down in third place to Minnesota. Both teams trading seats back and forth, taking power strokes at different times. Great racing, great racing. This is exactly what these athletes train for, is to race in a situation where they trade seats back and forth like this. It's going to come down to the very end. Crews are crossing into the last 500. Again, Rutgers at the top of your screen is definitely in first place, looking long, looking strong. And now again, it looks like Alabama has taken back a seat on Minnesota. This is the 4th Varsity 8, 2nd Novice 8 event. And again, Alabama maybe 1, maybe 2 seats ahead of Minnesota. Fighting to see who's going to come across the line second. And it looks like Alabama has taken a 3rd seat against Minnesota as they approach into the last 400 meters of this race. It is Alabama in second place, now about 4 seats ahead of Minnesota. And again, Rutgers at the top of your screen in lane 3, continuing to open water on the field. And Alabama has made their claim to second place. They are now about 6 seats up on Minnesota in third place. Great racing from all crews. Much better conditions now, although they are dealing with a bit of a tailwind, crossing tailwind. So the water is a little bit choppier here. Minnesota is not going to give up, however. They look like they are pulling back. They're back to about 4 seats down, but it is still Alabama in second place over Minnesota. Rutgers at the top of your screen, gliding to a great victory, with Minnesota and Alabama fighting it out. Alabama getting out ahead here, almost now 8 seats as they increase their rate to their sprint as they approach the finish line with another 100 meters or so. And there we see our victors, Rutgers, followed by Alabama in second place, and Minnesota in third. And we're back to the start. We have the 2nd Varsity 4, flight number 3. This is the 3:35 race. From left to right, we have Minnesota in lane 5, Louisville in lane 4, and Notre Dame in lane 3. That is from left to right. Minnesota, Louisville, and Notre Dame. This is the 2nd Varsity 4. And we are still waiting for the start of the second Varsity 4. This is our third flight of the day. Race is supposed to begin at 3:35. From left to right, we have Minnesota, Louisville, and Notre Dame. The flag is up, and the race has begun. A little bit of a rough start there for Louisville, but they've picked it back up, and they are back at it. All crews out of the gates just fine. Minnesota on your left, Louisville in the middle, and Notre Dame on your right. Aggressive starting strokes by all three crews, lifting that boat up out of the water, pushing it forward, increasing and getting the boat up to speed as quickly as possible. That's the goal of those starting strokes. Usually the pace is about 40 to 50 strokes per minute, depending on what the race plan is. All three crews doing a great job getting out of the starting blocks. Nice flat water. We do seem to have a bit of a crossing wind right now, coming from lane 3 down across to lane 5. So from Notre Dame on your right across over to the left. So there is a bit of a crossing wind here. You can see a little bit of the boats are bobbling just a little bit, probably because of that crosswind that they're dealing with. Again, this is the second Varsity 4. And although difficult to tell, it does seem that Minnesota has taken an early lead along with Notre Dame. Notre Dame in Minnesota and Louisville in third place. As we cross the first 500, we do have indeed Minnesota and Notre Dame working to see who's going to be the champion of this regatta, this event. Both crews being very aggressive, being very tough through the drive. Minnesota and Notre Dame. Looks like Notre Dame is picking up a little bit of speed here in this second 500. Louisville is still packed with some fight there, working hard after that slightly rough start. They're working hard to stay right in it. But from left to right, we do have, from this view, Notre Dame from left to right, then Louisville, then Minnesota. Louisville is in the white boat that is behind with the white oars. They are in third place. And as we can see from our drone, it does look like that it is Notre Dame ahead by about 5 or 6 seats over Minnesota. Louisville is behind the pack, about 2 boats of open water. We do still have a decent race here between Notre Dame and Minnesota. Notre Dame is about 6 to 7 seats ahead of the Minnesota 4. All crews racing well as they're in their second 500. At the top of your screen, you have Notre Dame. In the middle lane, in third place, is Louisville, and at the bottom of your screen, it is Minnesota in second place. This is the second Varsity 4 event, the 3:35 event, flight 3 of the second Varsity 4s. Notre Dame is establishing their lead here. Notre Dame, the lead boat, followed by Minnesota, and then Louisville. And Notre Dame is taking the lead in this second Varsity 4 race. Notre Dame in the lane 3 at the top of your screen in first place. Minnesota in lane 5 at the bottom of your screen in second place. And Louisville in the middle lane in third place. The distances have not changed too much between the two boats in the lead. Crews are approaching their last 400 meters. And again, the wind is getting a bit rougher down here. It is a crosswind coming across from the top of the screen to the bottom of the screen, causing the boats a little bit of stress. Not too bad. It's certainly not unrowable, but it is not beautiful flat glass, and the rowers are challenged to really move the boat in this wind. Again, we have a lovely victory here by Notre Dame in lane 3, followed by Minnesota in lane 5, and Louisville in lane 4. And Notre Dame is about to approach the finish line. Getting through some pretty rough water. Notre Dame has completed the race. They are in first place. Second place is Minnesota as they approach the finish line. And then Louisville, finishing up strong in these very challenging wind conditions. Our next race will begin at 3:45. This is the third Varsity 8, first Novice 8 event. From left to right in lane 5, we will have Iowa, lane 4, Indiana, and lane 3, Minnesota. We have a Big Ten race here. Again, Iowa will be in lane 5 on your left, Indiana will be in the middle, and Minnesota will be on your right. Our 3:45 race is about to begin. The flag is up, and we have a start. From left to right, Iowa, Indiana, and Minnesota. This is the third Varsity 8, first Novice 8 event. Crews are tightly packed right off the start. Quite a bit of overlap here. No clear early leader. 3 strong Big Ten programs facing off here in the third Varsity 8, first Novice 8 event. And as we settle into the meat of this first 500, it does look like Iowa has a slight lead ahead of Indiana. Minnesota just slightly off the pace. But Iowa and Indiana working really hard to establish themselves as the leader in this race. All crews rowing very strongly, nice and long, moving their boats through the water well. And we do have Iowa with a 2-seat lead over Indiana in first place. Indiana pushing hard to challenge Iowa. Minnesota is about 7 to 8 seats back from the 2 lead boats that are trading seats. Minnesota's stroke rate looks a little bit lower than the other 2. They're moving their boat quite well. All 3 boats rowing very nice, very clean as they stay in the nice calm water that is the first 1,000. The second 1,000, second and the last 500, well, they'll be facing a little bit more of a challenge with the wind and some chop. But as of right now, it does look like Iowa and Indiana are trading seats for that first place spot. Again, from left to right now, we have Minnesota, Indiana in the middle lane. I'm sorry, we have Iowa in the outside lane. So from left to right, we have Minnesota, Indiana, and Iowa. And as you can see now, Iowa and Indiana in contention for that first place. It does look like Indiana has about a 2-seat lead over Iowa in second place, Minnesota in third. Great racing from these novice 8s or the third varsity 8s that are coming down. Iowa and Indiana really fighting hard as they approach. They're about 1250 down. They're approaching that last 500. Indiana has made a move. They are now about 4 seats ahead of Iowa. Iowa in second place. Iowa about a length plus against Minnesota in third place. And this is where the crews are going to start seeing the water that's a little bit choppier, a little bit more of a crosswind coming from the top of your screen down to the bottom of your screen. And we do have Indiana as our leader in lane 4 in the middle part of your screen, followed in second place by Iowa in lane 5 at the bottom of your screen. Indiana now has about 7 or 8 seats over Iowa as they take the lead with about 500 meters of this race left to go. Minnesota, however, is not going away. Minnesota, up in lane 3, is in third place, but they are looking to pull back Iowa in this last 500. They may be running out of time, but they are doing a great job of pulling themselves back up, and they're almost pulling themselves even with Iowa. Minnesota has increased their stroke rate, and they are looking to challenge for that second position. Right now, we do have Iowa in second place by about 3 to 4 seats, but Minnesota is making a claim to that second place position. Indiana has said that they are going to come across the line first. They are 9 to 10 seats ahead of both crews. Now we have Minnesota and Iowa fighting for that second place finish, and those two boats are dead even. Iowa and Minnesota looking to see who is going to come in second place. Both crews have brought up their stroke rate as they're entering the last 300 meters of this race. Indiana in the lead. Indiana about 2 seats of open water over the next crews, and it does look like Minnesota has pulled ahead of Iowa. It will be tight all the way to the finish. It does look like Minnesota has pulled ahead of Iowa by about 3 seats as they approach the last 100 meters. We do have Indiana in the lead with now Minnesota at the top of your screen and Iowa at the bottom of your screen. And we do indeed have Indiana coming across the line in first place, Minnesota in second, and Iowa in third. Great racing from these novice third varsity 8s. We were now waiting for the 4 p.m. race. This is the afternoon flight 1 of the first Varsity 8 event. This flight will include the teams from Tennessee, Michigan, Syracuse, and Iowa. This first race is the Varsity 8 event. From left to right, we have Iowa in lane 6, Syracuse in lane 5, Michigan in lane 4, and Tennessee in lane 3. Tennessee will be on your right. Iowa will be on your left. We expect to see some great racing. These are all great programs. We had some great results this morning from these crews. So as they get themselves aligned, I'm sure they are looking for a great performance. They're making their final adjustments. We have about 4 minutes to start of the Varsity 8, flight number 1. From left to right, Iowa, Syracuse, Michigan, and Tennessee. All boats are in their lanes, waiting for the start of this race. All 4 crews are locked on to the stake boats. They're making their final adjustments again, waiting for the start of this race. Iowa lane 6 on your left, Syracuse lane 5, Michigan lane 4, and Tennessee on your right. We have very good conditions up at the start platform right now. The last 500 does get a bit choppy with a crossing, almost a crossing headwind now. But it's lovely and calm at the start. At least the water is calm. We know that the athletes are internally maybe not so calm, looking to unleash, looking to race. The flag is up, and we have a start of the first varsity, flight number 1. Keep the frame. All crews are off the line beautifully. Great power, great aggressiveness. All 4 crews blazing fast as they come out of the start gates. It is a tight pack right now. Again, from left to right, we have Iowa, Syracuse, Michigan, and Tennessee. Tennessee in their orange. Next to them, Michigan. Next to them, Syracuse. And on your far left is Iowa. Again, all crews tightly packed. These are some great varsity crews here with a lot of experience, a lot of skill in racing, and they are not going to let anybody take an early lead. Very aggressive rowing going on here in this first 500. Again, all crews tightly packed. There is no clear leader. I'm going to say that Michigan and Syracuse are just slightly edging it out as they cross into that first 500. And yes, it is indeed Michigan by about 2 seats over Syracuse in first place. We've got Michigan in first place, 2 seats up on Iowa, 2 seats up on Syracuse. This is a quite packed race. And the view from above as we're in this second 500. Indeed, it is Michigan, about 2 seats up on Tennessee. Tennessee in second place. Tennessee is about 3 seats up on Syracuse, and Syracuse is about 8 seats up on Iowa. So right now, Michigan has taken the lead. Again, 4 or 5 seats up on Tennessee, and Tennessee's coxswain is sitting right at about the 6 seat, 7 seat of Syracuse. So Syracuse is holding on and fighting. Michigan really taking a move here to clear that water against Tennessee over to their left. But at the top of your screen, you will see Tennessee in second place, Michigan in first place. Below them, Syracuse in third, and Iowa in fourth place. All boats still connected, but it is indeed Michigan about 8 seats up, maybe 7 seats up now over Tennessee. Tennessee is not going to let Michigan go lightly by any means. Right now we have Michigan in first place, Tennessee in second, and Syracuse fighting to hold on to Tennessee for that third spot. Iowa is back in fourth place, a little bit of open water behind Syracuse. So again, from the top of your screen, in second place is Tennessee. Michigan is your leader. Syracuse in third place, and Iowa in fourth place. We still have a long way to go. The crews are in their second 500 approaching the third 500 approaching their last 500, and it is indeed Michigan in first place, almost open water over Tennessee. Tennessee and Syracuse, though, are still locked into a battle for second place. Tennessee still holds it by about 2 seats, but Syracuse is not letting things go by any means. Syracuse is still in this, and actually Syracuse looks like they've pulled back about 2 seats. They are now about 2 seats down on Tennessee. Tennessee is holding a tenuous lead in second place over Syracuse. Syracuse and Tennessee battling it out. I believe Syracuse has indeed pulled even. Now we have a tie for second place. It is Tennessee and Syracuse for second place. And Syracuse is maintaining their boat momentum and speed and increasing it. And Syracuse has now increased their lead by about 1 seat into second place. And continuing the back and forth, we do have Syracuse and Tennessee. Only 2 seats separate them right now, but it is Syracuse in second place over Tennessee. Michigan out ahead. Not quite open water in first place, but Michigan is really cruising here as we approach the last 300. It is Michigan in first place, Syracuse in second place, Tennessee up in lane 3 in third, and Iowa in fourth. Syracuse pouring it on here and trying to battle into Michigan's lead. Michigan has about 50 meters left before they cross that line, and we do have Syracuse in second place and Tennessee in third, Iowa in fourth. So the results from that last race from the first Varsity 8, flight number 1. In first place, Michigan with a time of 6:34.3. In second place, Syracuse with a time of 6:38.7. In third place, Tennessee with a time of 6.42.3. And then fourth place, Iowa, 6:48.2. Our next race is going to be the second Varsity 8 of flight 1. That will start at 4:10. We are awaiting the 4:10 race, second Varsity 8, the afternoon flight 1. From left to right, we have in lane 6, Syracuse. In lane 5, Michigan. In lane 4, Tennessee. And in lane 3, Iowa. This is the second Varsity 8, 4:10 race. Crews are getting their points, holding their points. Again, nice calm starting area. We have about 1 minute to start at the second Varsity 8 event. Flight number 1. On your screen from left to right, Syracuse, Michigan, Tennessee, and Iowa. Second Varsity crews patiently waiting for the start. And we have a start. From left to right, Syracuse, Michigan, Tennessee, and Iowa. Starting sequences and high strokes to get that boat up and moving. Great pack of great crews. Looks like we have a slight early leader in Tennessee, maybe by a couple seats. But certainly it is early days. A lot of aggressive rowing going on with this second Varsity 8. As they come in closer, we can tell it is still a pack. It is still a race. It is anyone's race. And it does seem to be that there's Tennessee and Michigan and Syracuse fighting for that top spot, with Syracuse and Michigan. Michigan maybe in first place now. Michigan by about 3 seats over Syracuse. Syracuse about 2 seats over Tennessee. Tennessee 1 seat over Iowa. Tightly packed race here, tightly packed race. We do have Michigan trying to establish themselves as the leader, rowing very nicely, very long over their toes, getting their blades in strongly. We do have Michigan in the lead. Michigan and lane 6 Syracuse. Tennessee right in there. Iowa fighting with Tennessee. We do have Michigan in the lead, but it is anyone's guess for second place. Michigan by about 6 seats in the lead over the pack. And coming in from above, at the bottom of your screen, we have Syracuse in the lead. Next to them, just slightly above them, is Michigan in first place. Tennessee and Iowa at the top of your screen. We do have Michigan as the leader in this second Varsity 8 race. Syracuse in lane 6 has moved into second position by 4 seats over Tennessee. Tennessee is maybe 1 seat over Iowa. Iowa and Tennessee locked into a battle for that third place, but very, very close to Syracuse, who is in second place. This is the meat of the race right now. They are coming up to the 1,000-meter mark. And it is Michigan in lane 5 as your leader. Syracuse just slightly ahead in second place. Syracuse about 4 seats ahead in second place. Tennessee and Iowa fighting for that third place finish. It does look like Tennessee in lane 4, working to chip back at Syracuse second place. We do have Michigan not quite open water over Syracuse in first place. Syracuse about 6 seats over Tennessee. Tennessee is ahead of Iowa by about 4 seats. Sorry about that. We still have Michigan in the lead. Second place by just a few seats is Syracuse. Syracuse is about 5 seats ahead in second place. Tennessee and Iowa fighting for that third place spot. Tennessee right now is in third place. Iowa in fourth place. Tennessee is challenging Syracuse for that second place spot. Michigan out ahead, still has not yet broken open water on the rest of the pack, but they are moving nice and strong as they approach here their last 400 meters. Michigan is in their last 400 meters in first place. Syracuse in second place, but being challenged very tightly by Tennessee in third place, and Iowa at the top of your screen in fourth place, still not letting anybody go. Michigan is trying to break contact with the rest of the field as they approach into their last 200 meters. We do have Syracuse in second place, fighting hard with Tennessee. Tennessee bringing their rate up, trying to stay in contact with Syracuse, but we do have Michigan coming in their last 100 meters. Michigan in their last 100 meters coming across the line. There's our Michigan crew, followed by second place Syracuse in lane 6. Very tight here with Tennessee, but Syracuse has it. Tennessee, and then Iowa. Great racing from our second varsity 8s. And we do have a start in our next race with the first varsity 4. From left to right, we have in lane 6 Michigan, lane 5 Tennessee, lane 4 Iowa, and lane 3 Syracuse. This is the first varsity 4, flight number 1. Nice and clean coming out of the starting blocks. Aggressive crews here, working really hard to establish a leader. And in this Varsity 4 event, it does look like Michigan has taken the lead, followed by Tennessee and Syracuse. Tennessee and Syracuse fighting for second place. Michigan again jumping out ahead as they cross into the second 500. We've got Michigan as your leader. Michigan almost with open water over the rest of the field. We have Tennessee in second place, being challenged, of course, by Syracuse on the outside lane. Syracuse, Tennessee, and Michigan. Iowa still with the group, but just slightly off the pack. Michigan and Syracuse trying to put the other crews behind them. Syracuse, nice long strokes, working very hard in this second 500. Michigan does seem to be maintaining that lead, with Tennessee holding on the best they can to hold on to the Wolverines. And our early leaders are Michigan and Syracuse. And from this angle, we have from left to right Syracuse, Iowa, in the middle of your screen, Tennessee, and our leaders, Michigan, on the right of your screen. We have about 1,250 meters down. As they approach the second half of the race course, we do have some increasing winds and some more chop, so these fours will be affected by that. And Michigan and Syracuse in first place and second place respectively. Michigan trying to break contact with Syracuse in second place. Syracuse in second place by open water over Tennessee. Tennessee has about 2 seats over Iowa for that third place spot. We do have Michigan in first place, moving their boat very nicely in that lane 6. Syracuse at the top of your screen in lane 3 with open water over the other 2 crews that are battling for third place. Very exciting race formulating here between Tennessee and Iowa. Iowa's moving their boat really well right now and may have pushed a seat ahead of Tennessee to hold on to that third place. Tennessee is answering their call. And we have a dead heat right now for third place. Our leader, of course, is Michigan, and Syracuse at the top of your screen in second place. Both Syracuse and Michigan really showing how they know how to move a boat, moving it well as they cross into the last 500 of this event. Michigan in first place at the bottom of your screen, Syracuse in second place at the top of your screen. Again, great battle going on between Iowa and Tennessee for that third place finish. Iowa maybe has 1 seat. They are going seat for seat, back and forth. That's the place to watch right now. Tennessee and Iowa. Who will come in third? It's going to come down to the very end of this race. Tennessee and Iowa coming into their last 500. Michigan pushing forward, getting even more distance between them and the rest of the field. Iowa and Tennessee still dead even. What a race between those 2 crews. Syracuse, the top of your screen, out in lane 3, doing a great job of dealing with these water conditions. You can't maybe tell from the TV, but The water down here at the finish line is very choppy. Crews are doing an amazing job of handling it. These are experienced rowers. Now if we go back to that third place, it does look like we do have Tennessee just slightly edging out Iowa. And then now, just as I say that, Iowa brings it back. They are coming into the last 200 meters. We do have Michigan maintaining their lead in first place, Syracuse in second place, and that battle for third place is going to come down to the wire. It is too close to tell between Iowa and Tennessee. We'll have to wait for the official results. And we do have official results now from the first Varsity 4, Flight 1. Michigan with a time of 7:34.0. Second place, Syracuse with a time of 7:40.4. Third place, Tennessee with a time of 7:52.1. And fourth place, Iowa with a time of 7:52.3. And we're preparing for afternoon flight 2, the Varsity 8 race, the 4:30 race. At the start right now, from left to right, we have Alabama in lane 6, Rutgers lane 5, Virginia lane 4, and Michigan State in lane 3 on your right. So Alabama is on the left of your screen, Michigan State is on the right, Virginia and Rutgers in the middle of the lanes. Flag is up, and we have a start. This is the first Varsity 8, Flight 2, Alabama, Rutgers, Virginia, and Michigan State. Experienced varsity rowers coming off of the starting line, being fierce and aggressive as they attack this race, second race of the day for most of these rowers. And we do have a little bit of separation with Rutgers and Virginia jumping out to an early start. Alabama, Michigan State staying with the pack. We do have Virginia and Rutgers in the lead. All four crews looking very clean, moving their boat well in the nice calm water of this first 500. But we do have Rutgers and Virginia jumping out to an early lead. Alabama, though, has something to say. They want to stay in the pack and are doing so. Alabama and Rutgers in lane 6 and lane 5 really battling, with Virginia probably just a few seats ahead in the lead. Michigan State is falling just a little bit off the pack, but they are battling hard. We've got Virginia, Rutgers, Alabama, all straight across the line, with Rutgers having a slight edge over Virginia in second place and Alabama in third place. We do have Rutgers in the lead. Virginia and Alabama fighting them for that lead. Michigan State is off the pace by about a length of open water right now. Virginia is definitely making their move. And we do have Virginia in first place as we come to the 1,000-meter mark. Virginia, Rutgers, battling it for that first position. Does seem to be Virginia. Virginia by about 3 seats over Rutgers. Rutgers 8 seats over Alabama. Michigan State is off the pace. We have a great race here for first place. Right now, we have Virginia in first place by 2 seats. Rutgers has just made a move and has taken back 1 seat. Rutgers is 1 seat down on Virginia. Alabama is about 9 seats down off the 2 lead boats of Virginia and Rutgers. Virginia and Rutgers dead even now, with Alabama in third place. Alabama back about 9 seats. Virginia and Rutgers dead even. Athletes working really hard here, knowing when to move that boat, knowing when to push the way they need to get their boat in the lead at the right time. Right now, Virginia has 4 seats over Rutgers. Rutgers moving their boat solidly, strongly. Rutgers is a good 2 seats of open water over Alabama. The real battle between Virginia and Rutgers. Rutgers has just taken a jump. They have jumped forward slightly. They've taken back 2 seats. Right now, Virginia is just 2 seats ahead in first place over Rutgers. This is going to go down to the wire. As we cross into the last 500, we have Virginia up by now 3 seats, but Rutgers is not going away. Rutgers just brought their rating up. Rutgers is going to stay right with Virginia in this Varsity 8 race. Virginia 3 seats up on Rutgers in second place. Rutgers in second place, open water over Alabama in third place. The battle again between Rutgers and Virginia is not stopping. They have about 400 meters to go, and Rutgers is still down about 3 seats on Virginia. Virginia at the top of your screen, Rutgers below them, and then Alabama about a length of open water behind. Virginia and Rutgers locked into it right now. We are almost dead even. It looks like Rutgers may have caught a tiny crab there, but now they are fighting furiously as they approach the finish line. We have about 150 meters left to go, and it is still Virginia by just about 2 seats. Rutgers is going absolutely crazy with a high stroke rate, just really pulling it almost even as they approach the finish line. As they approach the finish line, we do still have Virginia by just 1 or 2 seats. Rutgers pushing hard as they come to the finish line. It is going to be very tight. We have Virginia by 3 or 4 seats in first place over Rutgers. What a tight, beautiful race all the way down the race course by those 2 crews. Finishing up, we do have Alabama in third. And Michigan State finishing their row strong, looking aggressive, in fourth place. And the results of that last race for the first Varsity 8, flight number 2, Virginia, first place with a time of 6:33.1. Second place, Rutgers with a time of 6:33.7. Alabama in third place with a time of 6:44.5. And Michigan State in fourth with a time of 7:13.2. We have the 440 race about to begin. It's the second Varsity 8 of flight number 2. From left to right, we have Rutgers in lane 6, Virginia in lane 5, Michigan State lane 4, and Alabama in lane 3. So Alabama will be on your left. Rutgers will be, forgive me, from left to right, we have Rutgers, Virginia, Michigan State, and Alabama. Alabama is on your right. Rutgers is on your left. We have about 2 minutes to start. And we have a start in the second Varsity 8. From left to right, we have Rutgers, Virginia, Michigan State, and Alabama. All crews coming out of the starting blocks cleanly, strong. This is the second Varsity 8 event. Flight number 2. This is a great pack, all straight across. No early leaders yet. Possibly Virginia with a few seats in the early going of this race. Virginia, Rutgers slightly ahead. Alabama hanging in there. Michigan State falling off the pack just a little bit, but fighting hard. Virginia's rate seems to be quite high, doing a great job of moving that boat right on top of the water. Virginia and Rutgers in lane 6 and lane 5, establishing that lead. We do have at 500 meters down Virginia by about 2 seats over Rutgers. Rutgers about 8 seats over Alabama. Alabama working hard against Michigan State. Michigan State is about 8 seats behind Alabama in 4th place. Our early leader, Virginia, fighting hard with their East Coast friends from Rutgers. Virginia in 1st place by about 8 seats over Rutgers. Rutgers about 7 seats over Alabama. Alabama about 8 seats over Michigan State. Let's watch out for that Rutgers crew there in lane 6. They're sitting in 2nd place right now, but their stroke rate's a little bit lower than that Virginia crew that's in 1st place. Rutgers seems to be just kind of sitting there, waiting, ready to attack. Virginia, not going to let it happen. Virginia is 7 seats in 1st place above Rutgers. At your screen, 2nd place Rutgers is on the bottom. Next to them is Virginia in 1st place. Michigan State in 4th place, and at the top of the screen is Alabama. Alabama is in 3rd place by almost 2 seats of open water down on Rutgers. Battle again between Virginia and Rutgers. It's playing out nicely. Virginia ahead by about 6 seats. Rutgers not letting them go, not yet ready to move ahead. We will see a battle there. We will see some changes. Virginia nice and long, nice and smooth as they maintain their lead. Virginia still 6 to 7 seats in 1st place over Rutgers. Rutgers open water over Alabama in 3rd place. Alabama open water over Michigan State in 4th place. Virginia and Rutgers still locked into position. Virginia in 1st place, Rutgers in 2nd place. Rutgers maybe 6 seats down on Virginia. Not a lot. They're coming into the last 500. And we do still have a battle here between Virginia and Rutgers. They're in the second 500 now. Virginia has lengthened out, and they are now 8 seats ahead of Rutgers. Rutgers is holding on, fighting to claw back. A couple seats here. It's about 400 meters left in this race. Virginia just brought their stroke rate up, charging towards the finish line. Virginia now, their coxswain sitting on the bow ball of Rutgers, really moving their boat nicely, easily on the top of the water. Virginia does a great job of that. Rutgers just being so aggressive and strong through that water, fighting hard. Virginia charging to the finish line here as they approach the last 200 meters. We've got Virginia in 1st place, followed closely by Rutgers. Virginia's got a length on Rutgers. And there's Virginia coming across the line. Not quite open water. in the end there over Rutgers. Great race from those two crews. And then Alabama in third place. And Michigan State rounding out the pack in fourth place. And the results for the second Varsity 8 flight number 2. First place, Virginia with a time of 6:46.2. Second place, Rutgers with a time of 6:49.7. Third place, Alabama, 7:03.6. And fourth place, Michigan State, 7:14.4. We're preparing now for the first Varsity 4 event that will begin at 4:50. Again, from left to right, we will have Virginia, Michigan State, Alabama, and Rutgers. Virginia in lane 6, Michigan State lane 5, Alabama lane 4, Rutgers in lane 3. Rutgers will be on your right, Virginia on your left. And again, as will happen here in the spring, and as happens on some of these lakes, is we have a nice calm starting platform, but the finish line area is very windy. We have a crossing, almost headwind. The crews are being polled for the first Varsity 4, flight number 2. And we have a start. From left to right, Virginia, Michigan State, Alabama, Rutgers. First Varsity 4 event. Again, experienced rowers, beautiful, nice start area, nice calm water. Aggressiveness coming off that start. These crews are no clear leader yet in this Varsity 4 event. Does look like Virginia has jumped out a little bit ahead of Michigan State next to them. Alabama in lane 4, Rutgers and Alabama fighting it out in those two outside lanes. And our early leader, Virginia and Alabama are the two early leaders with Rutgers in third. Rutgers and Alabama still duking it out as we come into the second 500. Alabama and Virginia. Virginia taking a 10 here to establish themselves as they cross the 500. Got Virginia in the lead. Alabama and Rutgers fighting for second place. Michigan State slightly off the pace again, but working very hard to stay in this race. And we do have Virginia as our early leader by about 4 seats. Alabama and Rutgers going seat for seat. Stroke for stroke there. Look at that. Great athletes rowing really hard. Rutgers working to pass Alabama next to them. They've increased their stroke rate. Working hard to catch up to Virginia. Not a lot of distance, not a lot of seats between these crews right now. Alabama is answering Rutgers' call. And Virginia out in lane 6. Needs to be careful to watch out for these crews that are coming. Very little space between first and third in this Varsity 4 race. Flight number 2. On your screen, now looking at it this way from left to right, you will see Rutgers, Rutgers in lane 3, trying to take the lead off of Virginia in lane 6. Alabama fighting them for that. We do have Virginia in first place. Alabama in second. Rutgers right next to Alabama. And in lane 6, Virginia. Virginia by open water. Alabama and Rutgers in lane 3 and lane 4. Rutgers in lane 3 is at the top of your screen, the white boat. Alabama lane 4 just below them. Alabama's in third place by maybe 1 seat. And Virginia in first place at the bottom of your screen. Michigan State is in lane 5 in 4th place. Right now, Virginia is taking a commanding lead. They have open water against the field. As they approach the last 500, Virginia in first place. Rutgers, Alabama, again at it, fighting. Rutgers at the top of your screen, taking 2 or 3 seats on Alabama. Alabama does not want to let them go. But Rutgers has taken a 4th seat now. Rutgers in second place. Rutgers and Alabama both tightening it up a little bit with Virginia as we hit some of this choppy water here. Virginia still solidly in the lead. But the other 2 boats have cut Virginia's lead by just a little bit. Still Rutgers in second place, Alabama in third. Michigan State follows in 4th. Crews are in the last 500 meters. The water in these last 400 meters is very choppy. We have a crosswind. It's quite cool and has started to rain again. We do have Virginia as our leader. Rutgers at the top of your screen, 5 seats above Alabama. Alabama in 3rd place. Virginia bringing their stroke rate up as they have 300 meters left to go in this race. And you can see how that water is really affecting that lane 6. It's very choppy in lane 6. A little less so in lane 3 at the top of your screen. Rutgers moving hard here to maintain their 2nd place. Alabama in lane 4 in 3rd place. And Virginia is coming to the line, waiting for this race to be done in this choppy water. They are moving and moving well, but it is Virginia in 1st place. Rutgers at the top of your screen, lane 3 in 2nd, and Alabama still holding in 3rd place. Virginia bringing their rate up nicely here as they approach the finish line. And we have Virginia coming in 1st place. Rutgers in 2nd place. Alabama in 3rd, followed by Michigan State in lane 5. Nice shot of Michigan State there. Can see how that water really is affecting these crews, especially in the last 400, 300 meters. Great racing by all crews in tough conditions. It has become cold, windy, rainy. And the crews are locked in for our 5 o'clock race. This is the afternoon flight number 3, our first Varsity 8 event. From left to right. In lane 6, we have Wisconsin. Lane 5, Washington State. Lane 4, Ohio State. And lane 3, Notre Dame. Again, from left to right, Wisconsin, Washington State, Ohio State, and Notre Dame. Notre Dame will be on your right, Wisconsin on your left. We have about 2 minutes until the start of this race of the Varsity 8, flight number 3. And we have a start. All crews cleanly out of the starting gate. Aggressive, sharp. That's Wisconsin on your left. Next to them, Washington State, Ohio State in the middle, and on your right is Notre Dame. Still a pack. All 4 crews fighting hard. Nice water up at the start. We do have a lot of chop as we come into the finish line. These crews can handle it. They're aggressive, strong racers. And no clear leader at this point as they get into their settle strokes. About 1:20 in. Possibly Ohio State taking a couple seats. It is Ohio State as your leader, followed by Wisconsin in lane 6 in 2nd place. Washington State sticking with the crowd there. But we do have Ohio State and Wisconsin, 1 and 2. Ohio State with about 3 seats over Wisconsin. Wisconsin about 4 seats over Washington State. Washington State about 6 seats over Notre Dame. Still a good pack, though, as they cross into the second 500. Ohio State has established their lead. They do a great job of anchoring that blade in and pushing right by it. But Ohio State crew establishing their lead in this first 500. Second place, Wisconsin, followed closely by Washington State and Notre Dame. We do still have Ohio State moving very nicely into the lead position, about 8 seats over Wisconsin. Wisconsin in second place. Wisconsin over Washington State by just a couple of seats. Washington State and Wisconsin battling it out. Don't forget Notre Dame out there in lane 3. Notre Dame is about 4 seats down on Washington State as they cross into the 1,000. And now, from this angle, left to right, is Notre Dame, Ohio State, your leader, Washington State, and Wisconsin on the right. We still have Ohio State as our leader, Washington State and Wisconsin battling it out for second. Notre Dame closely behind in fourth. Crews are in their third 500 right now. Ohio State moving nicely ahead of the pack. Not a whole lot of separation between these crews right now. Not a lot of distance between first and fourth. Ohio State, however, has established their lead. Unfortunately, we do not have the drone for this race right now. We do have Ohio State ahead. And it does seem to be that Wisconsin is in second place, followed closely by Washington State. And Notre Dame is not letting go. They are up there in the lane 3. Crews are crossing into the last 500 right now. Again, left to right, you'll see Notre Dame with their gold blades. Next to them, the leaders, Ohio State. To the right of them is Washington State battling with Wisconsin in lane 6 closest to the shore. There is a lot of choppy, rough water that these crews are having to deal with as they come into their last 400. We do have Ohio State clearly in the lead, but still a good battle between Washington State and Wisconsin and Notre Dame. Notre Dame probably in fourth place. We're going to see if we can take a look outside here, because we do not have the drone right now. We do have Ohio State in the lead. A battle between Wisconsin and Washington State for second place. Does seem to be that Washington State may have pulled through Wisconsin. Wisconsin in that rough lane 6. All crews now increasing their rate. Ohio State coming across, moving their boat very nicely as they come across into their last couple strokes here. Washington State has indeed passed Wisconsin for second place. Wisconsin staying ahead of Notre Dame. Wisconsin in third place, and Notre Dame in 4th place. So the results of that last race: first Varsity 8, flight number 3. First place, Ohio State, with a time of 6:38.9. Second place, Washington State, 6:43.7. Third place, Wisconsin, with a time of 6:49.2. And fourth place, Notre Dame, with a time of 6:54.1. Our next race will be the second Varsity 8, flight number 3. Our next race in flight number 3 is the second Varsity 8. From left to right, we have Washington State in lane 6, Ohio State in lane 5, Notre Dame in lane 4, and Wisconsin in lane 3. On the right of your screen is Wisconsin. On the left of your screen is Washington State, Ohio State, and Notre Dame are in the middle lanes. We have 2 minutes to start. We have about 1 minute to start. Again, left to right, we have Washington State, Ohio State, Notre Dame, and Wisconsin on your right. Crews are lined up. The flag is up, and we have a start. Second Varsity 8's out of the gate, looking strong. It's a pack. On the left of your screen, we have Washington State, Ohio State in the yellow boat, Notre Dame with the gold blades, and Wisconsin out there in lane 3 with the red blades and the red uniforms. It's Seems our early leaders are Ohio State in lane 5. Washington State and Wisconsin are pushing for second place. Notre Dame is not going away. Ohio State, our early leaders as we cross the first 500, followed by Washington State, Wisconsin, and Notre Dame, all fighting for that second place position. Wisconsin team moving that boat very nicely, establishing themselves in second place. Wisconsin in second place by about 3 seats over Notre Dame. Notre Dame about 3 seats over Washington State. Wisconsin now in second place. In this second 500, we do have Ohio State as our leader. Wisconsin in lane 3, now on the left of your screen, is in second place. Washington State in third. Notre Dame in fourth place. Now looking at your screen from left to right, we have Wisconsin, Notre Dame, Ohio State, the leaders, and Washington State next to the far shore. And as we approach the 1,000-meter mark, we do have Ohio State as our leader. Wisconsin in second place. And a battle between Notre Dame and Washington State for that third position. Right now, it looks like we have Ohio State almost open water over Wisconsin in second place. Wisconsin in lane 3 at the top of your screen in second place. Wisconsin and now Washington State in a battle for second place. Washington State at the bottom of your screen is fighting Wisconsin at the top of your screen for second place. Wisconsin has it by about 2 or 3 seats. Wisconsin in second place by 2 or 3 seats over Washington State. Washington State about 8 seats over fourth place Notre Dame. In our lead, we have Ohio State. Still haven't broken contact with Wisconsin and Washington State. We do have Wisconsin in lane 3 at the top of your screen, about 5 to 6 seats ahead of Washington State at the bottom of your screen. Now Wisconsin is almost 8 seats up on Washington State. And our leader is still Ohio State. Ohio State has not yet broken contact with Wisconsin, but they are making a move right now, and Wisconsin is trying to answer it. Wisconsin strongly in second place at the top of your screen. But Washington State is not going to let Wisconsin go by gently. Crews are crossing the last 500. They're in the last 500 of this race. Washington State and Wisconsin are locked into a battle. And with about 400 meters to go, we have as our leaders Ohio State, Wisconsin, and Washington State locked into a battle for second place, with Wisconsin just slightly ahead of Washington State. Notre Dame in fourth place. Ohio State has broken contact now and has opened water up. They have about 300 meters to go. Wisconsin and Washington State, it does look like Washington State has pushed forward. They are almost dead even here for second place. Washington State perhaps now a couple seats ahead of Wisconsin. Wisconsin in third. Notre Dame in fourth. Ohio State looking nice and sharp as they come across into their last 150 meters. We have Ohio State Still a battle. It's going to be very tight between Washington State and Wisconsin. And as we're coming to the finish line, we have Ohio State. And your guess is as good as mine here, for we do have Washington State and then Wisconsin. Washington State got Wisconsin by about 3 seats. And then we have Notre Dame in 4th place. And the results from the second Varsity 8, Flight 3. First place, Ohio State, 645.7. Washington State, 650.7. Wisconsin, 3rd place, 652.6. And Notre Dame in 4th place, 659.6. And we are preparing for our Flight 3, first Varsity 4 event. We'll start at 5:20. From left to right, we have Ohio State, Notre Dame, Wisconsin, and Washington State. The crews are being polled. Again, nice and flat at the start. A little bit more chaotic at the finish. This is the first Varsity 4, flight number 3. On your screen, from left to right, is Ohio State in lane 6, Notre Dame in lane 5, Wisconsin in lane 4. Next to them, Washington State in lane 3. Washington State is on your right, and Ohio State is on your left. The flag is up, and we have a start. First Varsity 4, flight number 3. From left to right, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Wisconsin, and Washington State. Clean start by all 4 crews. And with about 300 meters down, we do have an early leader in Ohio State. And in lane 3, Washington State is really sticking with them and popping up the rate, working hard for that second place position. Ohio State's our leader in lane 3. Washington State on your right in lane 3. Notre Dame, and then Wisconsin in 4th. And as we cross the 500, we do have Ohio State as our leader, followed by Washington State in 2nd place, Notre Dame in 3rd, and Wisconsin off the pace in 4th. Washington State has something to say about Ohio State's lead here. Washington State is keeping their rate very high, working very aggressively in this middle 500 to chip back at Ohio State's lead. Washington State is in lane 3, Ohio State in lane 6. From your view now, going left to right, from the left side of your screen, you'll see Washington State in 2nd place, then Wisconsin in 4th, Notre Dame in 3rd, and Ohio State in 1st. Ohio State now is on the left side of your screen. And as suspected, we do have Washington State and Ohio State pushing each other for that 1st place position. We have Washington State just slightly ahead of Ohio State. Notre Dame in 3rd place and Wisconsin in 4th. Washington State is on the top of your screen. Washington State maybe has 1 seat on Ohio State. Washington State, the top of your screen. Ohio State at the bottom of your screen, battling it out for 1st place. Ohio State about 3 to 4 seats over Washington State. Washington State answering them every stroke. And Notre Dame wants to be part of the party too. They are right in there in 3rd place. Wisconsin in lane 4 off the pace. At the bottom of your screen, you have Ohio State, your leaders. Next to them, Notre Dame in 3rd place, Wisconsin in 4th place, and at the top of your screen, you have 2nd place Washington State, who is really fighting Ohio State. They have about 1,250 meters down. Ohio State in the lead. They have not broken contact with Washington State out in lane 6. And as they approach the 500-meter mark, we still have Ohio State in lane 6 in the lead. 2nd place is Washington State at the top of your screen. In 3rd place, we have lane 5, Notre Dame. Wisconsin in lane 4, off the pace. And we saw a nice shift there from Ohio State. Ohio State bringing it in here in this last 500. Ohio State is anticipating the choppy water that they're going to have in lane 6. Although it's a little better now, it's still a little bit rough down here at the finish line. But Ohio State is handling that water incredibly well, as is Washington State up there in lane 3 at the top of your screen. Hanging on. They are not going to let Ohio State break contact with them. They are really pushing into that 2nd place position. Followed behind by Notre Dame and Wisconsin. Ohio State still strongly in the lead, looking to get this race finished. Ohio State, lane 6 at the bottom of your screen. In first place, Washington State, lane 3 at the top of your screen. In second place, Notre Dame, lane 5. In third place, and Wisconsin in lane 4. And our winners, Ohio State, Washington State in second place, Notre Dame coming across the line in third, and Wisconsin in fourth place. We are preparing for the 5:30 race, flight number 4, Varsity 8 event. From left to right, we have in lane 5, Louisville, in lane 4, Indiana, and in lane 3, Minnesota. This is a 3-boat race of the Varsity 8, flight number 4. The race will begin in 2 minutes. And we have about 1 minute to start here. Crews are holding their points. They're being pulled to make sure they're all ready to go. Again, from left to right, with the white blades, we have Louisville. Next to them in the middle, we have Indiana. And to your right, we have Minnesota. Minnesota is working to get their point. This is Varsity 8, Flight 4, 5:30 race. The flag is up, and we have a start. Again, left to right, Louisville, Indiana, Minnesota on your right. These Varsity 8 crews know how to get out of the blocks quickly, to get their boat up and out of the water, moving on top of the water as quickly as they can get it, get the boat speed up. Get the rhythm up, get the power going. All three boats, nice clean start, very aggressive racing. No early leader here, nice tight pack. And as we are approaching the 500-meter mark, we do have Indiana as our early leader. Indiana in lane 4 in the middle of your screen as the early leader over Louisville. Minnesota's hanging on here tight. In a few seconds we'll see what the spread is between Louisville and Minnesota. But we do have Indiana out ahead. Indiana is your leader. Coxon is sitting on the bow ball of Louisville. Minnesota's going to make a move here. Minnesota is your second place team and Louisville in third. Minnesota looking to stay connected to Indiana and pull them back, and they're doing a nice job of that. Right now we have Minnesota in the golden boat in second place, Indiana in first place in the yellow boat, and Louisville in third place. As the camera switches, now we go from left to right. We have Minnesota, Indiana, and Louisville. This is the first Varsity 8, flight number 4. Crews are about 750 down, approaching the 1,000-meter mark. Your leader is Indiana in lane 4, followed closely by Minnesota. As they cross the 1,000-meter mark, we do have a battle for first place between Indiana and Minnesota. Minnesota in lane 3 at the top of your screen, Indiana in the middle lane, and Louisville in lane 5 at the bottom of your screen. We have Indiana, Coxon sitting on the bow ball of the Minnesota boat. Minnesota is holding on for that second place. They want more. Indiana rowing beautifully as they cross into this 1250. Nice, long, strong strokes. Working very hard to push the field back, looking to break contact with Minnesota. Minnesota is going to fight and not let that happen. Top of your screen, we have the Minnesota Varsity 8. In the lead is the Indiana Varsity 8 and Louisville in lane 5. Crews are approaching the last 500. Indiana has broken contact with Minnesota. They are in first place with about 5 seats of open water, moving very nicely as they cross into the last 500 meters. Minnesota is in second place at the top of your screen, and Louisville is in third place. Indiana's Varsity 8 moving nicely through the water as they approach the last 350 meters. Commanding lead over Minnesota. Minnesota commanding lead over Louisville. We're moving into the last 200 meters of this race. Go ahead. And our leader, Indiana, coming across the line in first place. Minnesota in second place. And Louisville battling that tough water in lane 5 in third place. Results of the last race: first Varsity 8, flight number 4. In first place, Indiana with a time of 6:30.8. In second place, Minnesota with a time of 6:38.0. And in third place, Louisville with a time of 6:51.8. And we have a start now of the second Varsity 8 race for the flight number 4. From left to right, we have Indiana. I'm sorry, we had to move Minnesota to lane 6. So we have in lane 6, Minnesota. In lane 5, Indiana. And in lane 3, we have Louisville. Apparently there was a technical difficulty at the start, so Minnesota has been moved to lane 6. And lane 4 will be empty. So right now, from left to right, we have Minnesota, Indiana, an empty lane, and then Louisville in lane 3. Good clean start. These second Varsity 8s, again, experienced rowers. They're not going to be bothered by a change And actually, it doesn't look like Minnesota's being bothered by it because they are working hard to see if they can maintain or establish a lead. They just took a jump 10 or something. Their rate just came right up. And they're moving themselves and trying to establish themselves as the leader of this race. Indiana is really making them work for that. Minnesota and Indiana are in the lead, with Louisville in lane 3, behind by about a length. We do have now Indiana ahead in first place by about 6 seats. But Minnesota is fighting hard in their new lane 6. Louisville down by about 3 to 4 seats of open water, but our leader now is Indiana, as we're in our second 500. Indiana moving their boat very nicely. Minnesota in lane 6 at the top of your screen, and Louisville in third place. And in this second varsity race, from this beautiful overhead shot, we can see our leader, Indiana. Indiana is almost separated from lane 6, Minnesota. Minnesota has almost separated from lane 3, Louisville. Indiana's second varsity 8 jumping out ahead as they fight through their third 500. Indiana fighting to get some open water ahead. Minnesota answering their challenge. And right now we have crews evenly spaced. Our leader, Indiana, about 2 seats of open water ahead of Minnesota. Minnesota about 2 seats of open water ahead of Louisville. Just over halfway of this race. Indiana in command. At the top of your screen, you'll see Louisville and our leader, Indiana. And in second place at the bottom of your screen is Minnesota of the second varsity 8. This is the 540 race. Crews are coming into the last 300 meters with Indiana, our leader, and Minnesota in second place, followed by Louisville. Minnesota changed to lane 6, having to deal now with the choppy water of lane 6. But Indiana is our second varsity 8 leader, of flight number 4. Really picking up their boat, showing some speed here. Minnesota showing some toughness and some fight, pushing through here in the second varsity 8. And Louisville out in lane 3. And the results of the first varsity 8, flight number 4. In first place, Indiana with a time of 6:30.8. In second place, Minnesota with a time of 6:38.0. And Louisville in third place with a time of 6:51.8. We are approaching the last race of the day. First varsity 4 of flight number 4. We'll begin in 3 minutes. And the last race of the day is the first varsity 4. From left to right, we have Minnesota in lane 5, Louisville in lane 4, Indiana in lane 3. This is a 3-boat race. And we are awaiting the start. The flag is up, and we have a start of the last race of the day. First varsity 4. From left to right, we have Minnesota, Louisville, and Indiana on the right of your screen with the white blades. Louisville in the middle, also white blades, and Minnesota in lane 5 with the gold and maroon blades. 3 talented groups out here. Nice clean starts. As we approach the first 500, our early leaders are Indiana, Minnesota. Indiana on your right in lane 3, fighting very hard with Minnesota to establish a leader. Indiana and Minnesota, Big Ten rivals, fighting it out in this last race of the day. Indiana is taking the lead, jumping ahead of Minnesota. Minnesota and Louisville pushing each other, fighting. Louisville is not going away. Louisville is 4 seats down in third place. And unfortunately for this last race, we have lost the drone, but we do have Indiana as our leader, followed by Minnesota in second place and Louisville in third place. At the left part of your screen now is Indiana from this shot, Louisville in the middle lane, and Minnesota on the right lane. Our leader is Indiana, second place Minnesota, and third place Louisville. Cruiser approaching the 1,000-meter mark. We do have Indiana moving that 4 very nicely. Good blade work, working really hard to maintain and execute their race plan. Louisville, Minnesota, battling it out for second place. Minnesota does have second place in hand. Louisville working hard to chip away as they approach and go through the 1,000-meter mark. Again, from left to right, we have Indiana, our leader, Louisville in third place, and Minnesota in second place. Minnesota on your right. There's our leader, Indiana. And as the rain has increased, and again we have some more wind down here, the wind has shifted a little bit. Crews are about 1,400 meters into this race. Our leader still Indiana, second place Louisville. I'm sorry, second place Minnesota, third place Louisville. Again, we've had to switch our camera angles. So on your right, you'll see our leaders, Indiana. In the middle, third place, Louisville. And on your left is second place, Minnesota. Indiana in command of this race with about 400 meters left to go. Looks like they've just made a shift. This Indiana 4 has really great blade work, really established their lead nicely. Minnesota and Louisville still battling it out, but we do have Minnesota in second place, but Louisville has really pulled back into it. I think we're going to have a tighter race for third place and second place than we expected from the early camera angles, but Louisville and Minnesota are battling it out here. I do believe we have Minnesota slightly ahead, but Indiana has this race in hand. Indiana with about 200 meters left in their race. And Louisville and Minnesota duking it out here for second place. And Louisville has taken a couple seats here on Minnesota and is in second place. So we have first place Indiana, second place Louisville, and third place Minnesota. Thank you for watching our live stream today. We apologize for the technical difficulties. Looking forward to a half day of races tomorrow. Tomorrow's races start at 8:30. They will be streamed live. Hopefully we won't have any rain and we'll be able to get those beautiful drone shots. 8:30 is our first race with the Varsity 8. We hope to see everybody tomorrow. Thank you.